Okay, so we're back on the Roblox subreddit. It's time to check out the top posts of the week. Starting with a drive to the past. Man, this is the old Roblox treehouse map with all the characters. So, like... Okay, so we're back on the Roblox subreddit. It's time to check out the top posts of the week. Starting with a drive to the past. Man, this is the old Okay, so we're back on the Roblox subreddit. It's time to check out the top posts of the week. Starting with a drive to the past. Man, this is the old Roblox treehouse map with all the characters. So, like, you join in and one of these characters... Okay, so we're back on the 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 Roblox subreddit. It's time to check out the top posts of the week. Starting with a drive to the past. Man, this is the old Roblox treehouse map with all the characters. So, like, you join in and one of these characters would chase you around the map. This is very basic, classic Roblox. You'd have to hide in the treehouse to escape. Man, all the old characters. We got Granny over here. We got Sonic EXE, SpongeBob, Peppa Pig, Baldy Sands, Michael Myers. Man, this is actually nostalgic. And now that I'm seeing this, this looks real. I wonder if the map is, like, actually based on like an actual place somewhere. That'd be cool to know. I actually don't know. That makes me miss old Roblox. We're literally like 10 seconds into the video. I'm already complaining about old Roblox. Mr. President, good girl. What are the odds of this? Like, people used to do this all the time back in the day whenever, like, you know, people on Roblox actually cared about stuff. Like, what are the odds of this here? I wish games still did funny stuff. Well, okay, that's not funny, but like, I'm just gonna stop talking now before the CIA shows up at my house. Okay, anyway, let's just keep going. The current state of NDS. What is this? So we got Crane here from the digital... Oh, there's a bunch of hackers all over the place. Is that what's going on? Yeah, there's hackers. Man, you know, it sucks because every single year, Roblox is like, guys, guess what? We got rid of hackers. Every year. And every year I make a video on it. And I'm like, hey, Roblox got rid of hackers. And here we are. It's like 5 years, you know, from the first time they said it. And there's still hackers in the game. You know what I mean? It's disappointing, dude. It's disappointing. Would you consider this disrespectful to people with acne? In Roblox's new ad for makeup, they had this scene which said, working at a pizza place looking like a pizza face. Yeah, some people are really mad about this. To be honest, I can't believe Roblox did that. Obviously, people with bad acne, they get called pizza faces. I had really bad acne as a teenager. I actually had to take special medicine for it to the point where like the acne was actually like painful, and so I had to get on special medicine. Look, I'm not really someone to get offended by things too easily, so like I don't really care. I would have never got offended by this, but like I could see this making some people mad, you know? I'm surprised Roblox actually did it. It's just kind of cringe, to be honest. Yeah, that's the best way to summarize it. David Baszucki is getting it even on Akinator. I'm thinking of David Baszucki, Roblox CEO, and then you look at the image. This man's getting cursed. Oh my God. What's better, the R logo or the Cheez-It? That's a good question. Oh, let me think about this for a second. I feel like the Cheez-It at this point is more iconic, but I don't know. There's something about the R. Here's the problem. This looks very cartoony and very kiddie, and this doesn't. Roblox is trying to appeal to everyone, so they're gonna go with this one. This one looks like a Nickelodeon game, you know? I like it, but I do understand why Roblox chose this one. I get it. If I didn't know anything about Roblox and someone showed me these two logos, I would think they're from two different companies. Yeah, that's true. Current Roblox situation be like, oh, that's Roblox and then Polydor. I'm gonna be honest, I love Polydor. I don't think it's got a chance of taking over Roblox because as bad as Roblox gets, reality is, here's the thing, okay? Everyone's playing Roblox. Everyone's got Roblox downloaded. Everyone has so much time and money and energy invested into Roblox. It's gonna take a lot for kids to stop playing Roblox. They're not gonna swap the Polydor. Hopefully Roblox doesn't mess with this old event hat. Oh yeah, it's got the classic face on it, the marshmallow one. I doubt they will. I don't really understand why they would. That would definitely make a lot of people mad, but I guess, you know, Roblox probably wouldn't care about that too much, even if they did, huh? Yep, that is clearly Europe. What is this? A Roblox game called Control Europe. It's a picture of the United States. Look, man, a lot of people who make Roblox games are kids, and a lot of kids are kind of stupid. No offense to any kids watching this, okay? Roblox did it. What is this? Friends. Yep, they did. Roblox did indeed do it. I'll show you right now. If you go to Roblox, come on over here. You can see right here, it's called Friends now. It is no longer Connections. Friends are finally back. And Roblox, I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. Everyone just likes Friends better. So, you know, I bet the reason why they changed it back is for the exact reason I told you would happen, right? A lot of parents see this and they're like, what in the world is a connection? What's a connection? Nobody knows what a connection is. Nobody uses the word connection. Everybody knows what a friend is. this. You know, so I'm not surprised they changed it. Posted on the official Roblox Twitter, one step in the right direction. Oh yeah, this is their announcement that friends are back. Skater sent you a connection request. And then he blacks it out and it says friends. Yeah, I don't know why they keep using these avatars, bro. Ain't nobody using these avatars, man. Like, Roblox really wants these to be a thing. It's not gonna be a thing. They've been trying for years and it's still not a thing. I'm more excited about the fact that 90% of the avatars there are classic avatars. This could be meaningless, but maybe they're gonna focus less on the creepy, realistic ones. Oh, you mean like in the background and stuff? Yeah, that's true. There's bacon hair right there. That's true. Oh yeah, noob right here in the background too. I didn't even notice those, actually. I didn't even see those in there. Goodbye gears, welcome props. What is this? So I guess Roblox is maybe renaming gears to props. I don't really know what that is, actually. Why change the name? I don't get it. Okay, you're gonna change the name from gears to props. I mean, I guess props does make more sense though, because like, what's a gear? You know, I guess you think of machinery. I guess this one does kind of make sense. I'm not too mad about that. Let me see if I got that update here. I actually don't know if I did. Maybe I don't have that update yet. I'm looking for it in the avatar editor. I don't see anything that says props or anything. Oh yeah, mine still says gear. So yeah, mine still says gears. So let me know if you guys have the prop update or not. I don't have that. If you were a Roblox admin for 24 hours, what would you do? Let me show you exactly what I would do. Okay, I would go into Roblox and I would search up like club. I would search in experiences and then I would go through all these games that are inappropriate. Like this one right here. Look at the thumbnail. Look at the thumbnail. I wonder what this is, right? And I'd ban these games immediately. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. 24 hours right there. I don't know why Roblox doesn't have someone that does that already. Like, doesn't that make sense? Like, why wouldn't you do that? Like, that's an obvious, easy thing to do. I don't understand. I love chatting back with my fellow Robloxians. This is actually going away. Roblox is getting rid of this. I think at the end of the month, they're getting rid of it. So this will be one of the last times you see this, thankfully, because I hate it. Honestly, why doesn't Roblox just make a new game for their whole metaverse aesthetic instead of ruining their 20-year-old game for investors? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because they did that. No one would play it. So they take what's already successful and they change it to fit their vision, because otherwise ain't nobody gonna play it. You know what I mean? Like, this is great. I love this. But obviously there's clearly a lot of people at Roblox that seem to not love that. Yeah, cost, effort. They'd have to create an entirely new platform from scratch and they know it would do horribly. Yep, we're so back. Friends are back. Yes, sir. Connections is no more. Roblox didn't lie to us. Finally, I don't need to say, hey, do you want to connect with me? That does sound really weird. Like, hey, let's connect. Hey, you want to connect? What you doing later? Let's connect. You want to go out and connect sometime? That sounds so weird, dude. Absolutely breaking the exploiter's ankles. Here's another exploiting video from Natural Disaster Survival. I have not played it in a while, so I don't know. Is it really this bad? So there's this exploiter here that's just following this guy around, and like, I don't really know. Like, man, that's annoying. I didn't know it gotten that bad. That sucks, because like, if there's an exploiter in my game, I don't even want to play the game. Obviously, he's gonna win. That's not even fun. This isn't a display name, by the way. I was playing Roblox, and I saw someone with a really long name. It says account forgotten. I found them in game, and they were a completely gray avatar. Wait, what? Wait, I can't even see the image. Account forgotten. AA, and I've never seen that in my life. I think I know that account, but I forgot. Oh, yeah. Roblox was banned from China, and all accounts there were renamed to account forgotten. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it is. Interesting. I forgot about that, because Roblox used to be in China, and then it got shut down. So that's what that is. I've never seen that, ever. It announces in-game who you can chat with now. Oh, that's cool. Wait a minute. Age groups. You can chat with Brenda and Lady in this server. McLovin has joined the server. You're able to chat with them. Okay. That's actually really good. I like that. Oh, never mind. The developer of this game added that, not Roblox. Oh. Take back everything I just said. It wasn't even Roblox that did it. What are some forgotten Roblox games you remember playing? Oh my God, the normal elevator, dude. This was like the scary game back in the day. And it's not even that scary, but you know what I mean? Everybody used to play that. Gravity Shift. I don't remember that. Treasure Hunt Simulator. I remember this game. Roblox Water Park. I remember this. Road Trip. I don't remember that. Man, these are some old games. Survive the Disasters was so peak. I'm gonna be honest. I've played Roblox for so long that the years kind of like mesh together. Is that an old game? Is that, you know, they kind of just all blend together. Roblox Death Run. Oh my God. I do remember that. I'm gonna be honest. I was never a huge fan because people would stream snipe me all the time. But yeah, Roblox Death Run. Created 2015. Jeez, dude. Yeah, that's a throwback right there. Why does this look like he's floating and not running? That looks really nice. What is this? Whoa! Wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How it feels going to school with 1 hour sleep. Wait, what the heck is going on? Bro, dude, hold on. Play that again. What the heck? I'm so confused. Is there volume? What the heck? I have no idea what's going on. I don't know how he's doing that. That's actually hurting my head. Holy crap. Oh, it's a Roblox game. Hold on a second. Fake reality warp illusion. This is it right here. Oh yeah, there's the school. Wait, press E to warp your world. Whoa. Press E to warp your world. What the heck? Whoa. And then R to warp a player. What the heck, bro? Wait, so I can warp her? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hit. Whoa. Okay, yeah, this is hurting my head. Holy crap. This UGC has been up for about 2 weeks and hasn't made any sales. Do people really not like it? I'll tell you why. It's because there's a million of these. There's like so many of these. That's why no one's buying it. Yeah, exactly what this person said. There's hundreds of other similar ones and people are likely to see the other ones other than this one. That's really it. Pictures from the Roblox 2007 forums. Wait, January 28, 2007. There's probably people watching this video that weren't even born yet. Whoever can build a rocket that goes to the moon will be famous. Please post who's going to try and do it. That doesn't even seem possible considering the moon was only put there as a background. Oh my god, bro. They're arguing about going to the moon in Roblox. Yo, that's so sick, dude. Obviously, the Roblox forums aren't a thing anymore because Quackity raided them. They got shut down. What is props? Oh, here's the prop thing again. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that. I don't know what that is. This is my first time seeing that. This is how Roblox turned classic faces into dynamic heads. How's the progress? We don't want to keep the investors waiting. Roblox, there's no way I can make a 2D face, have 3D animations, and look good. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say something? Oh, no. He has a gun. I just bought a magnetic Roblox noob thing, and I love it. Dude, where are people buying these Roblox toys? Like, I want these. Like, I don't understand. Like, Roblox used to make toys. They don't anymore. Because, like, some of the toys that they made were of developers that turned out to be bad people. But they don't make toys anymore. Like, I'd love to have something like this on my desk. I'm not amused. Yeah, that's one way to describe it. I think the images speak for themselves. I paid 250 Robux for a single face pre-facial update, and now Roblox has ruined it. When Roblox said they'd redesign 3D faces look like the old ones, I never expected them to be this incompetent. A toddler could trace better. So there's the old one. Here's the new one. Yeah, it is different. The smile's wider. Actually, the whole face is wider. This one's way more narrow. This one looks like somebody like stretched it. Yeah, they're not great. I don't know what to tell you. They're not great. Updated. The ages of Roblox. So we have the dawn of Roblox age, the golden age, the harbinger age, the submerged age, and the end times. Wait, let's go through these. Hold on. So 2006 to 2009 is the dawn age. Okay. The platform at its absolute peak, 2010 to 2019. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of years, but okay. The last bits of the golden age, 2020 to 2022. Okay. The submerged age. The platform begins to face its worst. Great games are overshadowed by worst games at the top. Okay. And then the end times. Roblox begins to remove what made it special, betraying the very people that let them get popular in the first place. I mean, we'll see. Maybe we are in the end times of Roblox. We'll see. This is what the Roblox games page looked like in 2018. Man, I remember this. Yeah, this is back when Jailbreak was the #1 game on Roblox. And the #1 game on Roblox, by the way, at the time, only had like 20,000 people playing. And Booga Booga, Phantom Forces, Meep City, back before it was, ugh. You know, Robloxian High School, Bloxburg, there's Treasure Hunt Simulator. Man, dude, Car Crushers 2 Beta, Zombie Attack, the memories. Impressive levels of uncanny. Yeah, this looks so bad, dude. Like, oh my, what is this? What is this? Oh my god. It just doesn't look good. The reason why Roblox looks so good is because it has its own, like, artistic style. This just looks like a really old PlayStation game from like the year 2000. It doesn't look great. Insane price difference between my main and my alt. So here's their main account. The Game Pass is 2,000 Robux, and on their alt account, it's 800 Robux. So a lot of people don't know this, but from my understanding, Roblox actually raises and lowers the prices on certain things depending on not only how much Robux you have, but how often you spend. So if you spend a lot of money, then Roblox will keep prices high. But if you're not spending a lot of money, then Roblox wants you to spend whatever money you do have so the prices get lower. That's my understanding of it anyway. I've never gotten an actual answer as to why this is, especially if obviously this is the same person in the same house, in the same country, you know what I mean? It's like, that's my understanding of it anyway. New Roblox makeup. Yep, okay. Robloxians. It's the Craig meme from the Digital Circus. They only think about expressing themselves. They're spoiled. They won't ignore dynamic faces. They won't use chat. I won't let them. I'm better. I'm more powerful. I am better, man. I think I just got a hemorrhoid from doing. What is this? I feel great discomfort looking at this. Bro, why did she look like Cindy Lou Who? Wait a minute. I'm dead serious. It's literally... He's got that Whoville nose going on. Roblox logo redesign. I kind of like that. You know, I wouldn't use this though, because it's kind of hard to read. Like, I get it. I know what it says. Because like, you know what it says. But like, if you've never heard of Roblox, you're looking at this and you're like, what? Like, you know what I mean? I like it, but I wouldn't use it. He indeed got the RAM back. What's this? Oh, shoot.
Can we have our battery and RAM back? Whoa.
Oh, man. This is how you know something is wrong with the platform. Roblox Reddit has 348,000 weekly visitors. Roblox Help has 352,000. More people go to the Roblox Help subreddit than the Roblox one. Wait, let me look up Roblox Help. It's real. What in the world is this? Yo. Oh, my. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Yep. Editor, blur that. And that's going to be the video. I'll see you guys later. Subscribe. Thanks for watching.
with? My friend. That's your friend? He wants to fuck you, bitch. Are you wasting his time? You're not wasting his time. So he has a chance. Who's single here? Come kiss him. Come here. Come here. Stand up. Stand up, fool. You're about to lose your man. Stand up. Give her a kiss real quick. Stupid ass bitch. Another one. What the fuck? Another one. Give her another one, papa. Hey, go sit with her. Go sit with her. Go sit with her. Go. Follow her. Follow her. F that bitch.
Caramba, me compro más, todo hay marcha atrás, olvidar todos los demás. ataca novamente. Ué! Ué! Chama!
Hi. Hi, little guy. Hi there, Salty. So cute.
家のさ、機能したやつさ、実際こっちの方がいいと思うんだけど、まあそれかこっちだよね。こっちの方がぶっちゃけ無難っちゃ無難なんだよね。あー、ちょっとごめん。あ、もしもしお世話になってます。はい、あ、お疲れ様です。はい。はい。
In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use both my 360-degree LoRa and my 180-degree LoRa. A lot of people have been asking how to get these working correctly, especially with LTX video, so I wanted to record a simple walkthrough and show the exact setup I use. The first thing you want to pay attention to is the aspect ratio. For 360 video, you want a 2:1 ratio. In this example, I'm using 1024 by 2048, but the exact numbers are less important than the ratio itself. As long as your height and width stay in that 2:1 relationship, you're on the right track for a proper 360 output. Once you've got that set, give the rest of your workflow a quick check and make sure your normal settings look good before you render. If you want this specific workflow, I'll link it in the description. I didn't build the original version from scratch, so credit goes to the person who put together the base workflow. What I'm showing here is how I use it with my LoRa's and how I set things up to avoid the most common problems. The next important part is the loader. I recommend using the Advanced LoRa Loader display node. This is really useful with LTX video because it gives you more control over what parts of the LoRa are actually being applied. One of the biggest issues people run into is the audio side of the LoRa. A lot of LoRa's are not trained very well for audio, and that can end up hurting the output even when the video side is good. So what I do is zero out everything that has to do with audio. I leave the other value at 1, and then I connect it into the power LoRa loader. If you're stacking multiple LoRa's, you can chain them through the same setup. The main point is that you want the video information from the LoRa without letting weak audio training contaminate the result. Once that's done, go ahead and load the 360-degree LoRa and keep moving through the graph. For the prompt, you really do not need to overcomplicate.
Fordi 9 av 10 forsøkt svindel.
It's mostly agreed upon.
Melding fra storebroren min som I dag så våkna jeg opp av en melding fra storebroren min som sendte meg en utrolig trist melding egentlig, og det var om nyheten om at Simen Andersen fra Daniel Simen har gått bort I dag, som veldig trist. For dere som ikke vet hvem denne, la oss være ærlig, legenden var, så Simen Andersen, Simen fra Daniel og Simen, som to legendariske gutter fra Bamble faktisk, som har en muskelsykdom som heter Duchenne muskeldystrofi, jeg håper jeg sa det riktig, som rett og slett at etter hvert, når du et lite barn, så klarer du etter hvert ikke å, det veldig tydelig å se fra ung alder, jeg måtte lese om det. Det som skjer at som regel når barn lærer seg å gå rundt 1-årsalderen, så det noen barn som ikke gjør det. Det en veldig sjelden sykdom, og etter det så viser det seg at det en sykdom som gjør at du gradvis ikke klarer å gå, og altså ender opp med å gå I rullestol, som man ser guttene her sitte I. Men disse to gutta her laget en YouTube-kanal som heter Daniel Simen, som en fantastisk YouTube-kanal. Jeg skal vise litt videoer, noen favoritter derfra, litt for å hedre disse gutta. Men det handlet om var rett og slett at de laget alt fra veldig typisk YouTube-innhold, som kødding og pranks og musikkvideoer. De var veldig mot mobbing, som de opplevde selv, sykt nok som det I kommentarfeltet, på grunn av den sykdommen de har da. De hadde også veldig humoristisk sans på alt mulig rart, og veldig interessert I sport, som gøy. De startet kanalen, her fra linken NRK-artikkelen her, men som de sier, de startet I 2014. De vant også en pris på Gullsutten når det var en greie, årets meningsbærere. Jeg synes de burde hatt en hederspris på Gullsnutten, jeg da, og den synes jeg de burde ha vunnet for lenge siden. Rett og slett her vinner de prisen, og det tror jeg det var vel fortjent. Og faren sier også at han er inderlig stolt over Simon og Daniel, og det burde han være. Litt mer om den sykdommen. Dere har sikkert sett, hvis dere ikke har sett den dokumentaren her, eller filmdokumentaren Ibelin, den blir faktisk en kinofilm også nå, så han, Ibelin har samme sykdom. Når jeg så denne dokumentaren helt, at den har 8,1 på IMDb er sykt, den burde ha 9,5 minst, fordi den er helt fantastisk, og den anbefaler jeg alle å se, og det handler veldig mye om den samme sykdommen, og hvordan det er å vokse opp med, og hvordan livet, det å vite at du mest sannsynlig ikke kommer til å leve lenge, og så lever han et alternativt liv i gamingverden med navnet Ibelin. Men hvis dere ikke har sett den, så må jeg starte med å anbefale på det sterkeste å se den. Den er vel på Netflix. Det kommer også en kinofilm av det, som sikkert blir veldig bra. Så se den. Men tilbake til Daniel Simen. Han har jo rebrandet navnet til Simen Andersen, så gir mening. Som dere ser, det er spesielt back in the days, da, veldig typisk YouTube-innhold vi laget. Veldig mye gøy. Blant annet, skal jeg være ærlig, en av mine all-time favoritt-YouTube-videoer ever, som er handicap av ku. Altså, det her er jo profesjonelt nivå på selvironi. Vi må se den, for den er så bra. Og så er det jo vakre. Det her er vel ikke Bamble, det her er vel kanskje Brevik, da, men samme område.
Handicap av ku.
Altså, fyren har like god sangstemme som jeg har, for å si sånn.
Liker å plante tomater, ta fram.
Det jeg ikke skjønner her er hvordan han kommer på teksten her.
Liker å plante tomater. Tomater er så godt. Nå er det snart ferdig. Her er det masse jord. Ta tommel opp.
Altså, den livsgleden Simen viser her er jo
Danser i bilen.
Beundringsverdig.
Danser hver dag. Jeg prøver å komme inn andre steder, men det er ikke alltid så lett. Jeg setter meg ned. Is er så godt.
Backer den, altså.
Jeg spiser is hver eneste dag.
Enig. Men ja, det er, jeg husker den sangen her, altså den sangen her har jo 800 000 views. Og den fortjener enda mer. Fantastisk humor. Det er litt fengende nå, faktisk. Det viser jo bare den skapergleden de gutta her har. En annen video de også ble kjent for er en video som vi finner nede her. Skal vi se, de har veldig mye video, faktisk. Så nå må jeg kanskje gå på Popular her. Skal vi se her. Den videoen her er jo hva som kanskje fikk den til å bli kjente, da.
Hei, og velkommen til Daniel. Simen. I dag skal vi snakke om nettmobbing, som er et stort problem for mange.
Og det de tar opp da er jo det med at de er imot mobbing da. Det synes jeg er meget hederlige fra to veldig unge gutter.
Det vil vi med denne videoen kanskje prøve å begrense, og som vi opplever hver dag.
Vi tenkte å vise dere noen kommentarer som kommer opp på skjermen. Hvis de som skrev kommentaren synes det ikke er greit at de vises, så er det konsekvensen av mobbing. Det må de ta ansvar for selv.
Så her, folk skrev de greiene her til dem. Dere er så feite at dere smatter mer enn Axios bror som heter Nuben, hva faen. Ikke bra nok med det, dere er så feite at Einer ikke kommer seg rundt magen deres slev om man har Global Alight. Jeg skjønner ikke hva han skriver, han finner en gang, ja. Einer hater dere siden dere er feite, hater dere så mye at jeg får kreft av å se de nye videoene deres, siden vi ser ikke gameplayen, siden dere tar hele skjermen på alt det flesket deres. Altså, Jesus Christ, jeg kan skrive noe sånt. Dere skal danse, tåler gulvet det. Altså, tåler gulvet det. Kan dere reise dere opp og danse? Nei, CS er ikke fucka, by the way, du er. Ok. Jævla sykdomshemmestren og litt svære Det er helt syke. Sinnssyke! Meldingen skriver, ja, astma og være feit som en bolle er faen meg ikke en sykdom. Jeg håper de gutta som skriver de greiene her virkelig har tatt en runde med seg selv, ass. Altså, det her er jo bare to
jeg har blitt
herlige gutter.
Av Simen Daniel og bli med på denne videoen for å snakke litt om det som er et veldig stort problem. De eksemplene dere så på skjermen i sted, det er noe, som Simen sier, noe av det.
Aff, det er fælt, ass. Men ja, den videoen her var jo det som gjorde da dro de på God morgen Norge. Jeg tror de var her en stor del av grunnen for at de vant den prisen med menneskeberre. Men det er også en annen video. Jeg kommer til å linke kanalen dem så, by the way, i beskrivelsen her, så hvis dere har lyst til å gå og se selv. Den heter Daniel Simon på YouTube. Men det er en video som jeg oppdaget når jeg så på kanalen i dag, som kom ut nylig, for de har jo også laget en dokumentarfilm. Den dokumentarfilmen her, Daniel Simon dokumentarfilmen, og den anbefaler jeg på det sterkeste å se. Det er laget av Christer Sev, men det her er jo laget for, den ble vel vist på NRK for noen år tilbake, i 2019 da. Og det er en meget god dokumentar som viser liksom livet til disse guttene her. Forteller om sykdommen og forteller om hverdagen deres da, med sykdommen og det at de lager en veldig morsom på en scene her når de skal rate disse stolene deres. Så jeg anbefaler på det sterkeste å se den også. Jeg linker kanalen så jeg kan gå og se den videoen for å gi så får dere få sett hvordan det var. Og så må jeg bare si da, for jeg synes det her er umåtelig. Jeg har møtt begge gutta mange ganger. Herlige gutter, og de må virkelig hvile i fred, altså. Altså, før vi avslutter videoen. Jeg kommer til å donere reklamepengene på denne videoen her. Så jeg kommer til å donere reklamepengene på denne videoen her. La videoen gå et par uker, og så bare sjekk i kommentarfeltet. Om 2-3 uker så har jeg sikkert screenshot da, at jeg har vipset x antall kroner til dette nummeret her, 17117. Gjør det gjerne du også, gi en 100-lapp hvis du har. Eller så har de eventuelt et forskningsfond her. Jeg linker også det her i beskrivelsen. Så gjør det. Og så linker både nyhetssak og kanalen til Daniel Simon nede i beskrivelsen. Utrolig trist det her, og jeg håper inderlig at de er på et bedre sted nå.
Nå får du 0,99% rente.
Free trip to Coachella. I got invited in 2018.
I'm sorry, like I'm not trying to say that he does this, but whenever she said that, it just made me think of Dan Clancy. It did, and I'm not saying he would do this. He's a completely like great guy, but it did make me think of Dan.
But I didn't end up going. Well, right now we're at war. Gas prices are going up. There are children getting unalived in different countries because of America. Americans are becoming homeless and unemployed faster than any generation in history. And that's why Coachella is a classism thing. That's why Coachella is only for the rich people or the people willing to sell their bodies. Because everybody else in the world, we can't even afford groceries right now. Personally,
I thought you said you just sold your body.
I couldn't even afford my car insurance, so my car has just been sitting in my driveway, and I haven't been able to drive anywhere because I can't legally drive my car on the road without car insurance. Poor Americans and middle-class Americans are struggling to afford food, struggling to afford bills,
is for
and
rich
the poor
whores.
and the middle class, hello.
That's
we
what
are the
she
ones
said. I didn't say
working
this.
so that the rich people can afford to go to Coachella.
That's right.
Did you just hear me? We are the ones working so the rich people can party on their yachts or party in the desert. And that is why I personally refuse to work a 9-to-5 job, because I will not put myself in a situation where I'm working.
Gracie the cat mom. Thank you for resisting capitalism. Thank you so much.
Working for a millionaire, a billionaire, just so him and his family can go to Coachella. One girl commented under my video the other day, and she was like, I don't like how when you promote your small business, you mention how it helps you pay your rent. Well, you know what? I don't like how you work for one man and you make that one man give you weekly paychecks and you depend on that one man to sustain your life, pay your rent, while you go and do what he tells you to do. Go do that, and then I will give you money. I don't like...
Can you imagine how much can you imagine being this girl's boyfriend? Oh my God, that would be the most unpleasant thing ever.
That. Personally, I think 9-to-5 jobs are a complete humiliation ritual.
Women,
I feel like
it's
a gesture
I
dancing
know.
in front of a king, like the Joker dancing in front of the king for some money.
Well, didn't you do that?
That's what it feels like. You're performing
Well, that's what you did, though.
The king, for the rich people. And then they will reward you with money. Or they'll reward you with a Coachella trip. But yeah, when are people gonna wake up and realize that Coachella is a classism thing? Coachella is mainly for the rich white folks, let's be so real. Or we can...
Black people... What, black people can't make money? I've seen, like, a dozen black people in, like, the images of Coachella. There are black people there. I know you might not believe this, but there are black people that have good jobs. It exists.
All be very quiet. We can all pretend like everything's okay.
There's no black people
like
at Coachella.
The world is so perfect.
They're gonna rename it next year at Gartha.
We can all sit on our phones and watch the rich TikTok influencers go to Coachella while we pretend like there's no real problems in the world.
Oh
but
my
yeah, this is why
God.
I try to avoid human contact, because I don't think humans think on this
You
deep
know
of a
what?
level.
You know what? I think you're totally right, and I think that you are doing the world a favor. Thank you so much for your sacrifice. I don't think that the world can repay you enough. Thank God. Thank God that she's able to do that. What even is Coachella? Coachella is a music festival. It's a music festival. Oh, here's another one, right? Influencers are so out of touch. I have so much ick watching them complain about getting more free shit and then doing exactly that.
There's something that happens at Coachella called the Revolve Gifting Suite. Everybody always comes every year and gets the most insane shit. Last year they had Dysons. It's basically like a free-for-all for influencers to get free shit. Like, we need more free fucking shit. I feel like it'll be like Black Friday, but for influencers. What, beating people up? I'll throw a punch. From what I've seen, there's a line to get in. Okay, yeah, alright. You ready?
Oh, God.
Oh my God, don't. He just goes, I have a question.
Man.
What's Revolve? Come on. Here we go. Trash. Look at these massive totes they give you.
Wow.
Got free sunnies. Oh, those are nice. Oh, hello, baby tank.
That's amazing.
Got this
Look at
whole
that.
outside area full of clothes. This is actually fucking insane. Those are cute. Got some Madewell. What's that? Carabiner. I want that.
Amazing.
A little men's section.
Uh-huh.
It's no for me. Now let's go inside. Oh my God. We have hair dryers. This is like the best sunscreen ever. I want this tanning water. Kosas. Oh, I need a
You know what this reminds me of? This is so fucking stupid. This is like, you know...
Här kan du sträcka mig till 390.
Will Smith's wife is going viral humiliating the poor dude again? No. No.
Now, mind you, Will and I were not together. We hadn't been together. 2016.
What, did she write a book about how she cheated on her husband?
I decided I'm going to take myself to the table, and Will's not ready. He's not ready. And I'm like, so I'm like, well, I'm going to have to speak my truth.
And you know, whatever comes after this is gonna be the most top quality, certified bullshit that you can even imagine.
But I'm also going to protect you. So if I got to look like the adulterous wife to make sure you're good, I'm going to do it.
What?
Yeah.
Leave it to somebody like this to cheat on your fucking husband and then to go and write a book about it. Go on a book tour and then talk about how you took accountability for cheating and you were the one that's carrying the cross. Oh, true.
I got in my martyrdom back.
You're a martyr?
And what that...
So I did see this. Donald Trump's long post on Pope Leo.
Italian Prime Minister Meloni. Trump's words on the Pope are unacceptable.
Pope Leo is...
Prime Minister Meloni. Trump's words... on the Pope are unacceptable.
Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about, quote, fear of Trump administration, but he doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff says a Florida pastor was arrested for holding church services during the ongoing...
Bruh, you were literally the president when that happened.
I don't want a pope who thinks that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks that it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide, setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be pope, and he was only put there by the church because he was an American. Are you telling me that he's the DEI pope? If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons, does not sit well for me. So what did Leo say? Like, I don't want to form an opinion about this until I see what he said.
I basically said that the message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being political, politician. Don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out about this against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to...
Thank you very much.
So that's what he said? Is this political. It? So Trump made this post, again, Trump as obviously, let me go back, and we can just put it back on. And so anyway, let me see here. President Trump deleted the social post to represent himself as Jesus. Not a surprise. Should have posted this one instead. That's actually funny. I like that. And anyway, so did you post a picture of depicting yourself as Jesus Christ?
Did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I had
you were obviously trying to pretend like you were Jesus. What are you doing? What are you
just doing? Heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
I mean, you obviously 100% were trying to be Jesus. What are you talking about? Why are you even playing around with this? Again, it's so dishonest. Everybody knows that. And this is another thing with the Catholic Church.
So far in 2026, the Catholic Church in the U.S. has welcomed the largest number of converts in recent years.
That's right. So you got Catholicism now at #1. America will most likely become a Catholic majority country in the 21st century. I mean, if it continues going in this direction, I could see that happening. Shit was crazier than the Pope. Cubs fan, they lost. Okay, actually, let me watch this.
What do you say? They lost. You heard it there as the White Sox fan, of course, the Pope responded, they lost in Spanish and then in English, and he says it all with a smile. The White Sox reposted the moment on social media with a simple statement saying, that's our Pope. Oh my goodness.
That's right, bro. He's Pope maxing. He is. That's fucking funny. I'd never seen that before.
Лабинская нефтебаза, 16 марта.
Vladimir Putin is officially losing control of Russia, and that's why he's hiding in his bunker while his country burns. As Ukraine unleashes a new counteroffensive to completely shatter the Russian front lines, the panic inside Moscow has reached a boiling point. Desperate to hide his humiliating military collapse from the public, Putin has just triggered a draconian internet blackout across the largest city in Europe, but the truth is getting out anyway. Situation is so bad that in an unprecedented betrayal, one of the Kremlin's most ruthless and loyal propagandists just publicly turned on Putin, releasing a scathing manifesto demanding that Putin be put on trial as war criminal. We don't see things like these in Russia, and this is exactly why Putin is scared. Let's start from the military front. This is the Zaporizhia front. These are Ukrainian gains from February and March. This counteroffensive is still ongoing and it's actually record-breaking. This is the first time Ukraine has gained territory since 2023, almost 3 years ago. And here's how Russian military bloggers are describing the situation. The situation on the front is dire. The enemy has regained superiority in the lower sky, aka drones. Then enemy is using these drones to isolate the front lines. After the isolation, there's a barrage of drone fire, followed by a roll-up attack. The enemy is recapturing positions. There's a risk of a large-scale breakthrough. Many military personnel say that the enemy is preparing to repeat the situation of the fall of 2022, when we lost huge territory. Important to point out that these are Russian war bloggers saying this, not Ukrainians. And they are saying it publicly that this time the defeat of Russian forces could be worse than what happened in 2022. We urgently need organizational and technical measures to counter drones. New solutions are needed. If new solutions are not implemented now, it will be too late tomorrow. This is as clear as it gets. Russian lines are collapsing, and Putin is at a risk of losing territory that he sacrificed millions of Russians for. So, what exactly is he doing in a time like this? Well, I'm sure some of you guys can take a guess. He's shutting down the internet so Russians don't find out what's actually happening. I'm not kidding. There's no mobile internet in Moscow, the largest city in Europe. Take a listen. This is how the citizens of Moscow are reacting.
This is just a nightmare. Where are we going anyway? What kind of wilderness are they leading us into? They shut down Instagram, Telegram, YouTube, everything. In short, they took away the internet everywhere, cut it out, cut off everywhere. Okay, now let's take some more cattle, just turn off the water and electricity and sit there, die, perish. Is all heading. I understand that, of course, security measures need to be taken. Some kind of excess, it seems to me, and overkill. We need to get back on our feet. We need to get up as a whole society and talk about this. What it is, it's unacceptable.
Now, Putin claims he has to do this for security reasons, to protect Russians from threats that are arising from this special military operation that he started. But even that promise he cannot deliver on. Just recently, the largest drone attack happened on Moscow. It lasted more than 24 hours. Authorities had to close down multiple airports. As I said, Moscow is the biggest city in Europe. More than 13 million people. They have no mobile internet and they are still getting hit. Putin has no answers. In fact, this is what Putin's former defense minister and current secretary of the Security Council is saying. He just admitted something that no Russian official has ever said before. He said, until recently, the Ural Mountains were out of the reach of Ukrainian airstrikes. But now, everything in Russia is under deep threat. Everything is in the target zone. All because of a war that Putin started. Now, the question is, where is Putin? Well, as you can guess, he's in hiding. Putin has stopped appearing at Kremlin. His last public event was there almost 9 days ago, in one of the longest gaps in his schedule since the beginning of the year. The reports that are coming out of Russia link this disappearance to what US and Israeli intelligence are doing in Iran, how they tracked Iranian leadership before Khamenei assassination. Putin saw what happened to Iran's leaders and he's now worried about his own safety. So he's gonna just stay in his bunker for a little while Russians suffer. Meanwhile, a member of a Russian Duma, so basically the Russian parliament, was asked a simple question. Why is there no mobile internet in the largest city in Europe? Are we really going back to the old ages? I'm not kidding when I say this. I was shocked at what he said in his answer. I'm pretty sure if an American politician said this, he would be voted out the very next day. So just take a listen. Before that, just a quick reminder to hit the like and subscribe button down below. Every time I make a video on Russian war updates, we have Russian bots in our comments and they try to downvote our videos. So your support really does help us out. Now, take a listen to this answer.
Of course, we need to remember forgotten things like the city telephone. Many people still have their phones at home, and now it's time for us to return not only mobile but also to office phone calls. That is a connection which can be wired. Maybe there will be different interruptions in future. We are living an uneasy period of times. You see what happens on Middle East. All this can spread to other regions. Unfortunately, instability is not only in Russia but also all over the world. We need to think about it and analyze. It's necessary to switch to such a form of communication as telecommunication, which has been forgotten by many. But nevertheless, it works. I checked myself today, and where there are no mobile internet or Wi-Fi, we should go back again. There are devices, laptops, which can be connected to the...
Now, despite everything that they're going through, Russians are still finding humor in the situation. One Russian made a very unique video about how he's sharing YouTube videos and Instagram reels in a time like this. He goes to the post office, writes down the link on the letter, and then mails it to his friend. You know, the modern Russian way of sharing social media posts. Just like the good old days. Take a look.
Let's dash into the post office. I want to send reels to my friends. Universe, tell me I'm going the right way. Yes, Thanks. Now let's see where to go. Lovers, let's turn left. Hey, did you hear the new track dropped? It's called Call Me, Call Me. Nothing's coming through, for God's sake. Looks like our taxi's over there. Hold on, I'll ping them on the pager. This is house number 5. Then over here. We need to head north.
Now this is where things get serious, because we are seeing something inside Russia that we have never seen before. Russians are now publicly asking Putin to resign, and they're asking him to be put on trial as a war criminal. This is Ilya Remslov. He used to be a reliable pro-Kremlin propagandist. In fact, he was so pro-Kremlin that he would attack anyone who would criticize the regime. He would go after people who were in the opposition. He would go after the people who didn't support Putin and his party. But now things have changed. He just published a statement calling for Putin to resign and calling on Russian people to put Putin on trial. Let me read you the statement because it's very, very interesting. 5 reasons why I stopped supporting Vladimir Putin. Someone has to say it. Number 1, the war in Ukraine. Started as a police operation, the war has already claimed 1 to 2 million victims. In 2014, I supported the annexation of Crimea precisely because it was bloodless. We all thought then that Putin was the unifier of Russian lands. But here's where we have ended up. Meat-based assaults, luring contract soldiers with deception, and much else. As anyone in the special military operation will confirm. An absolute dead-end war, huge losses, it could go on for another 5 to 10 years. Are you guys ready for that? No one is calling for war against Russia, but now the war is being waged exclusively for Putin's complexes. We ordinary citizens get nothing from it, only losses. Reason number 2, huge damage to Russia's economy and citizens' welfare. Sanctions, destroyed infrastructure, loss of trading partners. Even according to official statistics, it's trillions of dollars, which we could have used to build cities, schools, children's hospitals, completely overhaul the housing and utility sector. But what's being built are mainly palaces of the president and his friends. Even before the war, there were problems with the economy in the richest country. Tens of millions of people are poor. The authorities have gone so crazy that they're depriving people of their animals, as happened recently in Novosibirsk. Reason number 3, the stifling of internet and media freedom. Ironically, in 2017, it was I who asked Putin a question at a media forum about the development of internet in Russia. Putin then replied that we would not follow the Chinese path, and he lied. Putin himself does not use internet, which is disgraceful for a head of state. By the way, just a side note, Putin also doesn't have a smartphone because he's too worried about getting hacked. So primarily, he gets his news from just listening to other people who are in his inner circle, who are supposed to be like defense minister or something else in his government. This is a huge problem because these people usually don't tell Putin any bad news until it's absolutely necessary to tell him. That means even though the Russian forces are getting pushed back on the front lines right now, Putin may not even know that because he doesn't have internet himself. He's just hearing it from people who are in his inner circle, and they have their own reasons to not telling the truth. But anyway, let's get back to the statement. We can see that mobile internet does not work even in major Russian cities. All Western social media networks and messengers are blocked. Telegram is blocked by 80%, and a complete blockage is planned by the end of the month. The system has gone so mad that it's suffocating even Telegram, which is used by the participants in the special military operation. And at the same time, Russians are being driven into Max, Kringzo's multinational messenger, depriving them of the right to medical care and education. Reason number 4, the term of Putin's stay in power. Putin is 74 years old. He has been in power since 1999. For more than 26-27 years. That's truly insane when you think about it, and it's almost older than me. And apparently, Putin plans to sit on the throne for at least another 150 years. As is well known, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and if it's also endless, even a morally flawless person would become corrupt in such a situation. And Putin was not always like he is now. Before 2003, there was very little to criticize him for. That's why many of us supported him before, but everything has its limits. We need a new modern president. Reason number 5. Putin does not respect his voters and does not want to hear from them. Just look at the recent Direct Line event. This is like the year-end event where Putin does, which is supposed to be where any Russians can ask him a question, when in reality, the questions are completely pre-planned, except 1 or 2 questions that foreign journalists get to ask. But important part about the questions that foreign journalists are asking, in Russia, people cannot watch those segments. When foreign journalists are asking questions and Putin is answering, Those segments are not broadcasted in Russia. That's only for the foreign audience. But let's get back to this. Just look at the recent event. It's a complete circus. The president is frankly not interested in domestic politics and problems of voters. He has long stopped reading Telegram channels, and he does not care about our daily indignations. Putin just wants endless wars in which his children and relatives do not participate. He does not want the internet or high salaries. I won't even mention the opposition. It simply doesn't exist. Putin himself has been saying for all these 26 years how important criticism of the authorities and opposition is. But name a single deputy or public figure who criticizes Putin. There are none, and those who have tried are either designated as foreign agents, or abroad, or simply in the grave. Putin is afraid of participating in debates, honest elections, because then it will immediately become clear that the king is naked. Conclusion: Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate president. Vladimir Putin should resign. He should be put on trial as a war criminal and a thief. Long live freedom. Damn it. Definitely a damning statement. In fact, this statement was so shocking for Russians to see that many people who follow this war blogger actually thought that he was hacked. He was hacked by someone like me, I'm guessing they were thinking. But this guy had to come out on a video say that, hey, I'm not hacked. He's doing this because he thinks this is right for the country. Take a listen.
Friends, good afternoon everyone. I've had a look at the comments under my post. Everyone is messaging me in quotes, "Have you been hacked?" No, I haven't been hacked. I wrote it all myself. In other words, there can be no two ways about it. And I'm surprised by such a strong reaction. What's going on here? Can you believe what we've got ourselves into? That's hardly even criticism of the president. It's just quite moderate in my view. After all, I didn't call for any violent action or anything like that. Exclusively within the law, it provokes this strange, intense reaction. What have we come to, eh? Perhaps this is a reason to give it some thought. So have a think about it until this morning. We will pick up on this topic again tomorrow. You know what's really paradoxical, guys? Take a look. If Putin really did surround himself with people who criticize him, who aren't afraid to tell him the truth, who are competent, rather than simply stealing money, he would be able to wage war much more effectively. Let's take Ukraine, for example. He could have done a lot there, consolidated his power and so on. In other words, he would have been a far more dangerous man. But he's afraid to surround himself with people like that, isn't he? What a paradox. And because of this, he is growing weaker and weaker, year after year. So can you see what's happening right now? There's complete disarray and chaos. In other words, I can already see the first signs of the system's impending collapse. It is precisely because Putin is afraid to surround himself with worthy rivals, people who challenge him, that he will lose power. And that is most likely to happen this year in 2026.
I know a lot of people are paying attention to Iran right now, myself included. But things in Russia are getting interesting to say the least. So I'll definitely be covering more, so be sure to hit the subscribe button down below. My name is Sam, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
The first 3 seasons don't hold up to the rest of the show. Of course, there will always be people who disagree with that, but even the show's creators themselves claim this era of South Park to be subpar. There is, however, one episode that stands out from the rest. A diamond in the rough, if you will. One episode that was so good, it made it into the top 15 fan favorite list, and is also the only episode from this era to crack IMDb's top 35 episodes. You can't have South Park without a little bit of controversy, so you will probably not be surprised to hear that this episode was banned by an entire country. Today, we'll be exploring South Park Season 3 episode, Chin Pokemon. What made this episode so good? Why exactly was it banned in Japan? Is Pokemon a Japanese government plan to brainwash kids?
The American government lies to you. Join the fight for Japanese supremacy of the world.
Okay, probably not, but it is a hilarious concept. All jokes aside, this episode came out at the perfect time, right in the middle of the era known as Pokemania. Okay, what the hell is Pokemania? As we know, Japan has a knack for creating legendary media, usually in the form of animation and video games. However, Pokemon was something different, something truly special. When Pokemon was exported to the rest of the world in 1998, it immediately became a global phenomenon. Pokemania is considered the peak years of its explosion in popularity, running from 1998 until around the end of 2002. Your boy here got to experience the latter years of this. The first video game I ever owned was Pokemon Yellow. Yes, I am old enough to remember that you couldn't even play it at night unless you had one of these bad boys. This was the peak of gaming, lads. And yeah, I was basically the South Park kids during this time, completely brainwashed by this franchise, which makes me feel qualified to analyze this episode. Before we get started, do me a solid and check if you're subscribed. I always thought YouTubers were BSing about the 90% of people aren't subscribed analytic, but then I started making videos, and I realized it's true. Anyways, let's get started. The episode begins with Eric Cartman watching TV and eating a light 2,000 calorie snack.
Now, Kenny, these are my spicy hot Louisiana baked chicken tenders.
He's watching the new Japanese TV show titled Chin Pokemon. We obviously know this is a parody of Pokemon, but what exactly does this translate to? Well, Chinpoko in Japanese means penis, and mon is short for monsters. So it's basically penis monsters as opposed to pocket monsters, which was the original name of the franchise. It wasn't until it was exported that they made it Pokemon for the rest of the world. When you watch South Park, you'll notice Japanese a lot more than other languages, and it's usually correct Japanese as well. Sometimes it's been changed for comedic effect, but the accuracy compared to other languages is because Trey Parker actually double majored in film and Japanese, while Matt's majors were film and mathematics, because Trey needed...
Because we needed you to do the bookkeeping.
Not long after the show ends, he sees an ad for Chinpokemon dolls. He's able to easily manipulate his mom to take him to the store to buy some.
But, Mom, I have to get a Pokemon doll before everybody else does, because then I'll be cool.
His urgency to get the dolls is so that he can be the first one at school to show off his new toys. But upon arriving there, Cartman is angered to see that everyone else also saw the ad and even got there before him. Stan shows off his new collection, including the Chinpokemon shoe. This might seem like the most exaggerated joke ever about how sometimes Game Freak can lack creativity with Pokemon, but over the years they have had ideas about as ridiculous as a shoe. From ice cream cones, cogwheels, keychains. Yeah, these are all real Pokemon. When their moms ask about the origins of Chinpokemon, they're told it's some new big thing from Japan. He goes on to say that the Japanese really know how to market to children. I tried to find some old Japanese commercials on Pokemon, and the earliest one I found from the original game's release was...
Monster 全部で150種類.
Strange, to say the least. It didn't really feel like a kid's commercial at all, but then again, I'm not a marketing expert, so we'll leave it at that. The next day at the bus stop, Cartman tries to get Kenny to trade his penguin doll, claiming that it's his favorite. You know, trading is actually a massive part of the success of Pokemon. You couldn't even fully complete a Pokemon game unless you were able to trade, as the versions locked certain Pokemon from ever being found, basically forcing you to either have friends who played or to buy both copies of a generation. Oh yeah, and if you wanted to trade, you also had to buy an attachment that doesn't come with the game. Get owned, kid. This is the most blatantly obvious form of manipulation that Game Freak still uses today, as there is always going to be people who buy both versions. Think about how much extra money they have made by getting people to buy both copies of basically the same game. Oh yeah, and on top of that, let's repackage the same game a year later, add maybe 10% more content, and call it something shinier. Yeah, these are things I didn't pay much attention to as a kid, but as an adult, you realize they milked every possible dollar they could.
The most genius thing ever, actually. Yeah. If you want to steal money from kids.
Kyle arrives at the bus stop to show off his sweet new cyborg Bill doll. The boys give him a hard time and laugh, saying that it's all about Chinpokemon now. He then rushes home to beg his parents for money to buy Chinpokemon when his dad gives him a pretty good speech about how he shouldn't blindly follow fads.
In fact, you can make an even stronger statement by saying to your peers, I'm not going to be a part of this fad.
Kyle explains how in the real world, it doesn't work like that.
In the real world, I can either get a Chimpokemon, or I can be the only kid without one, which singles me out and causes the other kids to make fun of me and kick my ass.
Yeah, Kyle can be pretty smart sometimes. After buying his new doll, the store owner says he doesn't understand what kids see in these things, and Kyle agrees, showing that he really only cares about keeping with the fads to fit in. Before the store owner leaves, he starts messing with one of the toys, and he hears,
"Down with America and destroy the capitalist American government."
Oh yeah, now we're getting to some plot. Kyle is eager to show off his new toy, but the boys seem to no longer care because they're now into the Chimpokemon video games, showing that there are even fads within a fad. The video game they're playing has an interesting moment.
I've got to buy them all, so first I better go to Hawaii and visit Pearl Harbor.
So yeah, this is reason number 1 on why Japan had this episode banned.
This has to be some kind of plot to take Pearl Harbor again, because you know they want it.
The toy store owner takes the Chimpokemon doll to headquarters to complain about its anti-American So yeah, this is reason number 1 on why Japan had this episode banned.
This has to be some kind of plot to take Pearl Harbor again, because you know they want it.
The toy store owner takes the Chimpokemon doll to headquarters to complain about its anti-American sayings. And we meet for the first time, Emperor Hirohito. Example number 2 of why this episode was banned. They decided to use the name of the famous emperor who ruled from 1926 until his death in 1989.
Oh, you must have very big penis.
What if I told you the penis-sized joke was inspired by a real-life experience that Matt and Trey had?
And we were out at a bar one night, and he was saying, "Oh, American penis so big," and we were just like, "Yeah, okay, cool." And he was like, "My penis is smooth."
Another cool thing about this is that Hirohito was voiced by Junichi Nishimura, a college roommate of Trey Parker's who actually was learning English while Trey was learning Japanese. Trey also had him narrate one of his first animated shorts that he made in college called American History, thinking that someone with a strong Japanese accent talking about American history was pretty funny.
Thank you for stopping by with your gargantuan penis. Dame.
He realizes people are onto his plan, and we get shown that Chimpokemon toys are indeed chipped. We are then revealed with his true intentions.
The time has come. We will take Pearl Harbor.
It's a wrap.
And this
The next scene shows Randy and Sharon watching Chimpokemon, trying to decide if it's appropriate for children to watch. You know, I actually had a friend in elementary school whose parents didn't let him play or watch Pokemon because it challenged the powers of God. I'm amazed he didn't grow up to become a serial killer with parents like that. The conclusion they come to is that,
Oh, it's not like it's vulgar or violent.
No, but it's incredibly stupid, and that could be worse on a child's mind than any vulgarity or violence.
Kyle shows up with his new controller for the Chimpokemon games. But of course, the boys have moved on from that. Oh yeah, Kenny had a seizure playing the game. That's why his eyes look like that. That reminds me, it's likely that this is inspired by a real-life event that actually happened. In 1997, Japan was airing a new episode of the Pokemon anime. 20 minutes into the episode, Pikachu stops missiles with his Thunderbolt attack, resulting in an explosion that rapidly flashes red and blue lights. A lot of viewers reported blurred vision, headaches, dizziness, nausea. Some of them even had seizures. Over 600 Japanese children were taken to hospitals. Many of them recovered on the way though. But anyways, they go on to say that the new cool thing is the Chimpokemon camp that is being held to teach trainers how to defeat the evil power.
Putting on a special camp to show all the Chimpoko masters how to destroy the evil power.
Their parents have a meeting to decide if they're going to let their kids attend this Chimpokemon camp. The conclusion they come to is the more they forbid their kids to play Chimpokemon, the more it'll make them want to do it. So they decide to just let Chimpokemon run its course, with the idea that Chimpokemon is just a fad. This is actually how Matt and Trey felt, and something they were completely wrong about. In the real world, Pokemon is the highest grossing media franchise of all time. It's funny because it's not even remotely just for kids anymore. Pokemon has an audience of pretty much all ages. Sure, the explosion of popularity was 95% children and preteens back in the day, but those kids have grown up, and plenty of them still love Pokemon. which I think is pretty sick. I mean, we have full-grown adults making a living off of playing Pokemon now. That's no shade, by the way. If I knew this was possible at age 8, I would have definitely pursued this career path. The kids show up to the Pokemon camp very excited, and they are finally asked the question, what is the evil power?
The evil power is the United States government!
We then get a propaganda speech from Hirohito that none of the kids even understand. But the brainwashing has begun.
It's me, Sanshi!
It's me, Sanshi!
We get a hilarious scene of the kids in the classroom all speaking Japanese and acting like anime characters.
Ooh, Geffen-san sabushi da na.
What did he say?
He said, Geffen-san sabushi da na.
Not so fun fact, this is the last episode where Mary Kay Bergman voiced Wendy Testaburger. She tragically passed away a little over a week after this episode aired. Rest in peace to a legend. The adults of South Park have had enough and go to see the mayor.
I tell you, Mayor, these Japanese are trying to change our American children somehow.
The mayor actually brought Hirohito and his right hand to explain themselves.
You Americans have such humongous bulbous penis.
Well, I guess that's true.
Except, instead of explaining things, they once again use their flattery to compliment the American penis size.
You see, Japanese penis so small.
So small.
Huh. Maybe I'm Japanese. The mayor comes up with an idea, which is to try and get the kids hooked on a new fad so they will stop being so obsessed with Pokemon. They're taken to a market research lab to be tested on new toys that they might like. Fun fact, this is the first time in South Park that Butters is shown with the 4 main boys all at once. He was pretty much just a background character in Season 1, 2, and most of Season 3. He was introduced as Butters just 3 episodes before this one, and you can tell they try to sneak him in more and more throughout Season 3 and 4, until he eventually becomes a full-blown main character. Anyways, the boys are shown some commercials to see what they respond well to. For some reason, early South Park loved to use real-world footage for commercials. I'd like to give you a reason why, but not even Matt or Trey know.
It doesn't even really matter to the show, and the fact that we would spend a bunch of time going out and doing film shoots for that little bit of a joke that you could animate, I don't know why we would do that.
I'm glad they did though, because Alabama Man is pretty cool.
Alabama Man!
The children are then seen parading around town in a military-like formation. Sharon attempts to intervene, but they respond once more with their flattery.
A very large penis.
I love how throughout this episode, whenever they say this, the men are just so happy. The women, however, see right through it, and Sharon calls him out.
He doesn't really have a small penis. Oh!
As they're marching away, Sharon has another idea. But first, we see Bill Clinton talking about his schlong.
I spoke with Mr. Hirohito this morning, and he assured me that I have a very large penis.
Just as all the kids are about to be sent on a mission to bomb Pearl Harbor, their parents arrive and start pretending to like Pokemon. And if parents begin to find something cool, it probably means it's no longer cool anymore.
Come on, Eric, let's try to battle your Roostor with my Donkeytron.
No, that's okay, man.
They all start walking away, except for Kyle, who once again is late to the party, and Stan gives him a gay little speech about how it's no longer cool to follow fads.
Yeah, but if I stop now, I'd just be going with the group again. So to be an individual, I have to bomb Pearl Harbor. See ya.
Stan tries again, and this time Kyle is too confused to make a decision, so he just stops. And then Kenny dies.
Hey, good looking.
Okay, so let's react to this and let's see what Nick 830 has to say about this brand new mode.
Dang, I really got to start hitting my shots.
There's the elites, and then there's everybody else.
Wow, so she is so condescending. See, I do not like that dialogue telling me that I'm doing bad, brother. They gotta like change that. Makes me want to rage quit. You know, like I just lost, and now you're gonna have this girl tell me like I'm not an elite. Like, I'm good, bro. Got him.
Enjoy your winning streak while it lasts.
What do you mean, bro? What is this dialogue? While it lasts? Why?
How a girl... Oh my god.
She's so negative, bro.
You're on a run. Don't let arrogance best you.
See, what are you even saying? My goodness, that's so frustrating.
Negative 30 is just, he's such a complainer, bro. Oh my god. It is nothing but complain.
Bruh. Mods ban that person for being negative.
He's joking right here, but yeah, rest of those clips, man. He does nothing but complain. Even the person I did right here, hey, can you ever be positive about anything? Like, he's always complaining he's a positive person, but it's just, he's just never positive. Like,
Is everybody else.
look, he died right here, right? He died.
Condescending. See, I do not like that dialogue telling me that I'm doing bad.
And he's like telling Epic Games to change it because he died.
They gotta like change that.
They gotta change it because you died? Bro, you're trash. Like, you, like, obviously the fucking NPC is gonna call you out on it, bro. This is elite, bro. This mode is ranked only, I'm pretty sure. It's a more of a competitive mode. It's trying to get people to play competitive. At least that's what Negative 30 thinks. But
Everybody else.
but yeah, this ain't no kiddo park, bro. This ain't no SpongeBob kiddo park.
Wow, so she is so condescending.
Like, oh my god, yeah, because you died. She's condescending because you died.
What do you mean, bro? What is this dialogue?
Yeah, for now, because you know you don't win every single round. Oh my god, I can't deal with Nicky 30 sometimes, bro. I just can't deal with this kid. Like, he just complains about the most stupidest stuff, bro. The most stupidest stuff, like little things such as voice lines he's sitting there complaining about. They're not even that bad.
Elite.
Because you're not an elite, bro. You died. Duh. You're only an elite if you're number one. It's called elite. What the fuck? Elite definition. A select group that is superior in terms of ability or qualities to the rest of a group or society. A small privileged group holding the highest status. When you die or when you win one round, you're not going to be elite forever. Oh my god, it's like the NPC wasn't even going that hard at you, really. And he wants Epic Games to remove the dialogue and be soft. Complains about everything, bro. This kid cannot stop complaining. I used to watch him in Chapter 4 Season 1. Yeah, I actually used to watch Nick A30, actually. Like, if you look at his old videos, like his old Chapter 1 videos, he was actually a pretty good entertainer. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, 3, 4... maybe, and then he started like just going wild with it, bro. He just started complaining about the most littlest things. I think it's because he plays Fortnite too much. I think it's because he plays Fortnite for 12 hours a day and he just can't take it anymore, maybe. Or maybe like all those times people said like the N-word to him in art graders or called him out in other games. It just built up this like this hatred for any little bit of like negativity. And what he doesn't understand that he is being negative. Like, this is not positive. Him asking for this to get removed and complaining about it is him being negative. Like, watch.
What do you mean, bro? What is this dialogue?
Complaining about dialogue, bro. Oh my god. Shit pisses me off. It's like, hey, bro, this dude's a fucking... this Yoshi person's trash. Grown man can't handle him when a woman talks to him. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's so fucking true, bro. This paper's like a 12 years old, but you're right, Tyler. He plays Fortnite every day, and he'll act like that for every day. Yeah, bro, if you go on a stream, I bet you'll find like hundreds of him just little complaints about nothing. About absolutely nothing, bro. Yeah, look, and of course he's crying as usual. Oh my god, no wonder people hate him in the rage bait. Absolutely deserved. Yeah, he probably is rage baiting, honestly. But like, I don't know, like at the end, okay, at the end, you can... So from here, you can tell he's kind of milking it, right? He's joking, right? Just listen to this.
Don't let arrogance best you.
See, what are you even saying? My goodness, that's so frustrating. Don't let arrogance in a 1v1 best you? Bruh. Mods ban that person.
Yeah, so right there, he's joking, right? But from the rest of this, I could tell by the voice that he's actually, like, getting pissed.
Wow, so she is so condescending.
Like, right
See,
here?
I do not like that dialogue telling me that I'm doing bad.
That's right here.
Brother, they gotta, like, change that.
That's real. Everything else from like a minute on, you can tell he's milking it. But right here, I literally believe that he wants that to be removed. Like if he had the power right now to press a button, he would get it removed in an instant. Literally would press it immediately. Not joking. We all know that. I don't understand what's wrong with him. He's got to get like psychiatric fucking work or something from a doctor. His ego got hurt? Yeah. Straight fucking egoing. His ego is way too big. Oh my, that's why I made so many videos about him. Like, people say to me like, oh, why are you making so many videos about Nick 830, right? Why are you making so many videos about him, right? You're just LARPing, right? You just wanna come out here and hate and hate, right? This one, what was this about? Well, this.
YouTube Premium kan du se alt uten reklame, offline og i bakgrunnen, og lytte reklamefritt i YouTube Music-appen.
Noe som mangler? Nettopp.
if you're hearing these words, it's not
Nyhet!
Nå kan du endelig male terrassen din. Butinox maling til terrasse er en robust og slitesterk maling, perfekt for uterommet ditt. Her maler vi i den herlige
har blitt utsatt for svindelforsøk på nett.
Jeg tror jeg blir hacka.
Med Sikre lanserer vi en ny standard for digital trygghet, som hjelper deg hvis du blir svindlet på nett.